starting our meeting of the regular board meeting of the Bellevue School District. Today is February 3rd, 2022, and we are now commencing our meeting with our roll call.
Jane R.S.
Christine Chu. Seema Sarafan.
Joyce Shuey.
Carolyn Watson.
Superintendent Art Jarvis.
At this time, I believe we are having an introduction of our student by Executive Director Harrison.
So we're fortunate tonight to have Sabrina Lim here. Sabrina is a sophomore at Newport High School. She's been with our system since kindergarten. Is that accurate? First grade, and she'll talk a little bit about that. So thank you for that, and welcome, Sabrina.
Thank you. At this time, I'd ask Superintendent Jarvis if he would please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, I would invite our student, Sabrina, to please come forward and please kindly read our land acknowledgement.
We acknowledge that we are on the indigenous land of the Coast Salish peoples who have reserved treaty rights to this land, specifically the Duwamish and Snoqualmie tribes. We thank these caretakers of this land who have lived and continue to live here since time immemorial. We reflect on the historic context that brings us to reside on this land and accept responsibility to interrupt erasure. We commit to an ongoing partnership with the Snoqualmie tribe as we listen to, learn from, and lead with their guidance.
Thank you. We need just a second and we will come back to you for your student update. Before I ask for approval of the agenda, I know there's an item from one board director, but I also just want to point out that our consent agenda should have been revised to 3 minutes. But moreover, we were looking for our director discussion to be 40 minutes, not the 35 that's reflected. So we will revise that as we go. But I think I might have a request from Director Chu.
Yes, I would like sometime before we go into study session, I just have one follow-up item to make a motion about a report from last board meeting.
Okay, sure. I'm
Anywhere in there is
Okay.
totally fine.
I want to propose that maybe we consider doing it during our director discussion. And if you feel like we don't make it, then
That would be fine.
we can write it. Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Let's plan on that. I think that will give us the most margin. Okay, so with that, and with my aspiration that we have more than 35 minutes, we try to stretch it to 40 for our director discussion. Let me ask, do we have a motion to approve? I move that we approve the agenda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. All right. Hearing no opposed and only in favor, we approve the agenda. And then I would like to acknowledge some important things this month. February is Black History Month. This is a month that we honor throughout the month, and you will be seeing different things coming through our communications department led by Janine Thorne that appropriately acknowledge Black History Month, both within our district's history as well as the broader national history. So please look out for that as we honor this throughout the month. February is also Lunar New Year. And then our student speaker tonight will actually be speaking to both of those. And we also note that February 8th through 12th is National School Counseling Week, and February 17th is the National PTA Founders Day. So with that, I want to invite our student forward, Sabrina, to introduce herself. Sabrina Lim, as she said, she's a sophomore at Newport High School, and she's going to tell you a little bit about herself as well as, I believe, what Lunar New Year means to her.
Yes, absolutely. Hello, school board. I'm Sabrina Lim. And first, I'd like to acknowledge Black History Month. I am a leader of Asian American Student Union at Newport High School, just one part of the leadership team. we would like to work closely with BSU and SOAR, which is Students Organized Against Racism, Black Student Union, this month to acknowledge Black History Month. And I know that with the MLK Assembly, our Black Student Union and SOAR did work together to make an amazing assembly video that if you can check out, they're amazing performances by students and readings and specifically about MLK and other organizers at the time. All right, so I'm a student. I've been in this system since first grade. I actually started at Jingmei Elementary. I was one of the first graduating class. And so at Jingmei, we celebrated Lunar New Year so much every single year. We had crafts and songs, and it was just a wonderful place to be because I knew that my culture would be appreciated and that our teachers all immediately understood the significance. But as I went to middle school, I also found that the same significance wasn't carried over. And I actually talked to some of my friends before I came here today. And one of my friends, Faith Park, she came from San Francisco, a majority white school, whereas Tyee and Newport, the schools that I went to, majority Asian, around 60%. And she found it to be sort of a culture shock because she went to a white private school. But when she came here, we didn't do dragon dances or cardboard cutouts. All she saw was some lame red paper on some of the walls of the school. And the only people that really celebrated in the school openly are the Chinese classes. And so it just is a little bit disheartening, but that's why Asian American Student Union is currently trying to do something about that. We're having actually a Lunar New Year party tomorrow during the activity time. And we're gonna bring food and snacks. We're gonna try and be COVID safe as well, but all of them are individually packaged and everything. And so, additionally, I wanted to talk about Lunar New Year, what it means to me, and being specifically a Chinese Cambodian, not just Chinese, but also acknowledging the part of my past that are actually refugees and not just immigrants to America. I don't know if you guys know this, but in the 1970s, there was a, there's no easy way to phrase this, but there was a genocide in Cambodia. About 2 million people were killed. And so my grandpa, my dad, and my mother all came, not my mother, sorry, my mother is Chinese, but my father and my grandfather and all of their family with their 4 children came here and they started a life, and it was horrible and hard, and assimilation was terrible, and they remind me of that and how lucky I am to be here. And so as we celebrate Lunar New Year, there is complexity because I am raised Chinese. I am fluent in Mandarin. Last year I actually took AP Chinese and AP World, and I found that we didn't learn at all about the Cambodian genocide. We also didn't learn about the Holocaust, but not part of the College Board curriculum, and there's nothing you guys can do about that. But I found that these days aren't really acknowledged either, and it's completely up to the students that if we want to acknowledge them at all. International Holocaust Remembrance Day was just last week, and we had to have, well, a Jewish student, a leader of Jewish Community Club. She had the stage and she talked on the morning announcements, but that was about it. And so Lunar New Year means a lot to me. Every year, me, my grandma, my mom, we all put up decorations, and my sisters and brothers, we get red envelopes. And I feel like we don't do as much as other people, but I think any acknowledgement of it is just really great. And I think that I volunteered to come here and talk about Lunar New Year, right? But there's just so much going on, and especially this past year, I've been in leadership for AASU for 2 years, and so we've talked a lot about especially the Asian hate crimes. and intersectionality and how we're recovering and acknowledging and educating ourselves and others. And I think this relates to Black History Month as well. We need to continue educating ourselves, and I think the affinity groups are incredibly important for that. And I don't know, I feel like more people should be encouraged to join. Last year we only had 7 people in AASU, and this year we have sometimes around 30. But there's a lot of opportunity to learn and grow and find your community. And after the walkout at Newport as well, around 35 to 40 students came and we all talked, and because there was really no way to recover from that afterwards. I don't know if you guys know, but the devastation of the Newport students was incredible, and everyone felt exhausted afterwards. And so having a space to reflect, I just felt like I was actually making some sort of difference, because people walked away and they thanked me for that. And so even though I was invited to talk about Lunar New Year, I think that I covered a lot of different topics. And I'm glad the Jingmei curriculum is improving. I can see it improving. And I'm still fluent in Chinese. I took the test and I got a 5 and it was great. But the Cambodian genocide is still not talked about. Nobody really knows what it is either. I've done all my school projects on it though, but I think that at this point I've covered all my bases, and thank you so much for inviting me here.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking so openly and honestly. Appreciate it. Thank you. At this time,
May
sorry,
I add
please.
to the acknowledgements?
Yes.
I know this month is a celebration of Black history, but I'd like to take a moment, and especially with our student, emphasizing how important it is to be affirmed and inspired and acknowledged. And this week is Black Lives Matter at School Week, and I just want to point that out and to recognize all the hard work and the learning and growing that our students doing with this topic in mind.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Aris. So at this time, I am turning to our consent agenda, and I make a motion and ask for a second for the approval of the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. I hear no opposed. With that, then the consent agenda is approved, and we move to the award of contract, which is item 3. And board directors will have seen the memo from A&E regarding the big picture school building. Superintendent Jarvis, is there anybody speaking to this?
We are recommending approval, and I'm going to ask Melissa DeVita to be available to answer questions.
Okay, are there any questions from board directors based on the submission that was provided? I'm just going to go reverse order just to make sure nobody's has their hand up and I can't. Got a faulty mic. All right, so I will just ask Director Watson, Shui, do you have any questions? Okay, I don't see any. I will ask Director Chu and Aris, do you have any questions? Do you have any questions, Director Watson, on the award of contract, item 3?
No.
Okay, I have a problem with my mic, so I think we're going to have a rough ride tonight, but we will get through it. So if neither of the other directors do, I think then let me just ask, are you asking for approval at this time, Superintendent Jarvis?
We are asking for approval.
Okay, so are there any, at this time, I would move and ask for a second for the approval of the contract for the building at Bellevue, the contract for engineering services for the Bellevue Big Picture School. Before we, if I have a second, we might just ask Superintendent DeVita to just give a little bit of a high overview after we get a second. I think according to our general counsel, that's the right way to do it. So do I have a second? For the
Seconded.
approval? Okay. Can you share with us anything about the contract that you think we should flag before we take a vote?
Sure. This is our standard contract that we use for new schools. These are, the amount of these contracts are controlled by the state. And so this is for us to redesign and build Big Picture. And as you know, Big Picture is a school that currently doesn't have a gymnasium, that is outdoor hallway school, and really is not a building that matches the level of buildings of our other schools. So it's a priority for us to get this rebuilt, and I'm really excited that this project is starting.
Okay, I would only just add that the amount is $6.3 million. And it looks like there was a pretty extensive selection process of the for architects that led to the Malum architect selection. Is there anything you can share on that, Superintendent DeVita?
I would let Cindy King, who is part of that process, answer any detailed questions or provide an overview.
I don't have any specific questions, but if there's anything notable, just in light of the amount of the contract, please go ahead and share.
We worked with the school staff to select an architect. We had 5 engineers and architects. Malum has done a similar big picture.
Are we on? Does it work? Oh, Malum has done a similar big picture school, Truman alternative down in Federal Way. So that was biggest reason why the team was led to them. And they've done a lot of, they haven't done much for the Bellevue School District, but they've done a lot around the area. A really good firm. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any, yes, Director Aris.
Given the program that it is and the project based it is, and I'm assuming they've done extensive conversations with the staff, making sure that everything is being addressed as needed. But the one aspect I'd like to know is looking ahead. Have you how extensive thinking have you done to make sure that the infrastructure or the design will support our special education population in that building?
We're just going to be getting into that. We spend the next 6 to 9 months going through ed specs with the school. We meet with as many people in the community. We meet with different groups. We meet with students. We meet with community, families, and then of course all the staff members, trying to not only create a program for the big picture, but we want to make sure it's something that will be useful for the district and for the next 50 years. So that's the first 9 months or so, and then before we get into the building itself, and just working to make sure that the building is going to meet their needs specifically.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see Director Watson's hand up is raised. Please go ahead.
That just reminded me, I'll just say, don't forget to ask the nurse. Because I had a tour of the nurses' space at one of our other buildings that wasn't adequate to their needs. So just don't overlook the nurse.
We'll do.
Yeah, I figured you
appreciate
would.
that call out, actually, because I think we are very aware of the degree to which our nurses have become a vital kind of element and lifeline to our schools. So thank you. If there's no other questions at this time, I would take a vote on the motion to approve the award of contract for Big Picture School. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, 5 yeses and no nos, so the motion carries. Thank you. All right, next we have the superintendent update. We're about 5 minutes behind, but I think we will make up the time. So Superintendent.
Hint taken. First, I'd like to speak to one of the favorite activities I think I've done for the last 6 weeks. 6 months, and that would be I had a chance last evening to meet with 16 students, secondary students. Shamari Jones has set up the opportunity periodically for these students to come together. I had a chance, I think it was scheduled for about probably 30 minutes to 45. We ended up with an hour and a quarter. But it was absolutely superb opportunity for me to listen, to ask some questions of them. We left ourselves with a situation where we need to schedule another meeting because I would love to engage them in some further conversation on some of their comments and questions and thoughts. But it was just a stellar opportunity. And I'm just reminded that as a school system, and really many school systems, we at times undervalue or underutilize student voice. And last night was an opportunity for me to listen to students, and I guess I would just wish and love to be able to share the entire hour and a quarter because it was absolutely spectacular. I would also like to compliment our staff. We have another group this year of nationally board certified teachers, and that may have almost gotten lost in the COVID and in the last 2 years, but the reality is I think we have 26 new people who have completed the training for national board certification. I think you've received that list. If you haven't, it will be coming. But it's absolutely a cross section of the district, and my compliments to the staff for that effort. A second piece is just an awareness. We have had conversations about the fact that the last really 18 months, but certainly the last month, has been exhausting for staff. We've had a lot of illness on staff. The good news is our attendance on both staff and students is increasing sharply. So we're seeing that's in a good fashion. We're seeing an uptick in attendance and less illness. But I wanted to mention something that is not as well known. We have an employee assistance program, and if anybody's not familiar with what an employee assistance program is, it's paid for by the district in case one of our staff members, any staff member of the district should need assistance, whether that's assistance with whatever the stresses, whatever the issues coming at them, they have a chance to contact the employee assistance program in privacy and receive assistance as an employee. And I think it's appropriate to periodically remind our staff and really others that we value our employees, and in that valuing, we also provide an opportunity to assist them when that is helpful. The next item I'd like to mention is Cte Month. We noted several things for this month. The Cte Month, also one particular piece, and I think the board saw this when you visited Interlake. They were in the process of beginning to work on a tiny house. That tiny house has now been built in concert with the Low Income Housing Institute and teacher William Selseth and Director Marilyn Henselman really have created that situation of building a tiny house to aid for home insecure people in the community. My compliments to them on that effort. We saw it in that initial stage early in the year, and now they've brought it out. I also would like to note that we have another pop-up vaccine clinic for COVID for Bellevue School District students, staff, and families in partnership with Safeway and Albertsons. And we will host a clinic at this building on February 9th, and that would offer pediatric Pfizer vaccine first or second shots for 5 to 11, first or second shots for students aged 12 and up and adults, and Pfizer booster doses for students aged 12 and up, including adults. There are other efforts and methods to sign up, and those are posted, but my compliments again to the people for continuing that effort to see as many children vaccinated and families. I think it should be noted, and probably has been noted by every employee in the district as I talk about tired and perhaps exhausted employees, that the week of February 21st through the 25th is midwinter break in the Bellevue school system. So while the doors are open, you will see many people who are on vacation. The schools will be closed and there is no school during that week of midwinter break. So I wish everybody some rest, relaxation, and recovery during that time period. You may have followed the legislature, and there's an issue that affects our staff, our employees, and that is that long-term care has been talked about for quite some number of months, actually almost 2 years, and the legislature just put a halt on the long-term care program. So if any employees are looking at their January paycheck and looking at perhaps what was to be the first deduction for long-term care, that is not happening. It has been halted at the request of the legislature and postponed till, I believe, 2024. Final thing, I think we're in time and saving you a couple minutes, is the reminder that we have to give this time of year. February 8th is election day, and I'm hoping everybody in the room has already voted, but a reminder that we need voters to go out and vote, and election day is February 8th for our 2 levies that are on the ballot. One is the EP&O, Education Program and Operation Levy, that replaces the expiring levy from 4 years ago. And second is a capital levy and technology levy, and that also replaces an expiring levy from 2018. Both those levies will expire in the year this year, and we need a replacement. So those are on the ballot for voters to decide. And that would conclude my report to the board.
I didn't mean to shorten your presentation to the point of not presenting on what I know you had planned to present on, which was the public comment we had a motion last time that was approved by our board, asking that the district come back with not with an all-up plan, but a vision of how you will arrive at a plan to make our public comment process more inclusive and accessible. So if you could give us that. And the other piece, I think, kind of reflecting interest from various board directors, including Director Eras, I'd asked if you could speak in March in your comments about overall communication from the district, just a lightweight update, even if not a full report, so that we can have better visibility into the overall plans. So could you just speak to that if you could?
So let me do the part on comments to the board. We in fact are prepared. I just didn't know exactly when you wanted to have that. So
yeah, I didn't mean to give you the signal of cut everything too short.
Mr. Harrison to lead that one, and then I'm going to put this on your timing and not mine. So thanks, John.
Thank you, Superintendent Jarvis. So since the last board meeting, there have been a series of conversations about including virtual public comment as part of our regular board meetings. And these conversations have included myself and Dr. Jarvis and Deputy Superintendent DeVita, General Counsel McMinamy, and others. Our Executive Director of Technology, Jason Golick, has actually done some research for us. And although we don't have a full proposal, a complete proposal for your review tonight, we did want to provide you with a bit of an update. So
yes, and we didn't, by the way, expect a full proposal tonight. We just wanted to know where you are at this point for some projection of timing and plan.
Great. So as you know, currently board meetings are live streamed using Microsoft Teams live events, and board members and district staff are invited as presenters. And this allows both groups to interact with each other during the meeting, turn on and off cameras and microphones. There's some limitations, and we've experienced those as we've been through the last couple of years. One of those is that only those people invited as presenters can be seen and heard. And this does not lend itself very well to virtual public comments because we can't have non-district presenters. So to accommodate virtual public comments, as well as for some other reasons, we're considering switching from Microsoft Teams live events to Microsoft Teams meetings. Microsoft has recently updated the Teams meeting platform to provide additional controls to the meeting organizer. And these updates are pretty impressive. First of all, it can now support up to 10,000 viewers, and it can support the ability to specify presenters and attendees. So presenters would be yourselves, staff members, and guest speakers, and participants would have the ability to turn their mics and cameras off and on. Attendees would be anyone who joined via the board docs link. So attendees by default would not be able to unmute or show their camera, but the meeting organizer could call on them and has the ability to unmute their mic and give them the ability to turn on their camera. So this is the potential tech solution for virtual public comments. And additional advantages, just a couple of them here. The meeting organizer can specify in advance who can be presenters. So during the creation of the meeting, we'd be able to promote attendees to be presenters. And this would be useful when we have students, for example, who join us virtually. And then another real nice advantage is the ability to stop and start recording. So as you know, when we go into study session, we have to set up a separate meeting. We'd no longer be able to do that. We could simply stop the recording at when the study session begins. And then finally, and I know this is a big one, we'd be able to see those who are participating in the meeting. So that's the tech side. I'm going to turn it over to General Counsel McMenemy to talk about what we've been discussing in terms of process. Counselor?
Yeah, and could I just say that one thing I think high level, so that's very helpful on the tech opportunities. I think high level, I know I don't know what other board directors are looking for. I'm looking also just interested in knowing roughly when you think like an overall plan might come our way, because then we would have some sense thereafter of time from there to implementation. So some sense of the arc of where we are now to where we might time-wise might get, even if it's a projection, would be helpful.
And that's where I think I can be useful as it relates to some changes that the board would have to consider with respect to facilitating public comment in this manner in a way that ensures that participation is equal and that we don't run afoul of any First Amendment issues with respect to who is able to participate and ensuring that there's not any sort of non-content neutral decision making, as we believe that if we open up the public commentary to include those who are not physically present, we may find ourselves in a circumstance where there is more interest in commenting to the board than there has been, and therefore need to make a determination with respect to how to prioritize speakers or how to adjust timing associated with that. And so the recommendation that we would have is that the board consider adopting a set number of speakers as opposed to having a minute allotment that can be extended to a larger minute allotment, so that it's clear to those interested in speaking that there are a set number of slots available. And then we would recommend prioritizing those who are interested in speaking to something that is before the board on the board's agenda for that particular meeting, and then randomizing the remaining speaker slots among those who are interested. And there is a way to do that via technology that would ensure that both people in person and online have an equal opportunity to be heard.
Can I ask just one question? Because it still feels relatively sophisticated to be able to access Teams, and for many that may not be an option. I was intrigued that Director Watson, I think, had said, what about like literally like NPR allows people to leave a voicemail with like 30 seconds or a minute of comment, and then that could make it more accessible to people who are not, maybe don't have the bandwidth to either be there at that time or necessarily use Teams or have the facility to do so. Is that something that you have or might consider overall?
Yes. Short answer is yes. There are two methods and three actually methods in which school districts take public commentary short of physical presence or virtual presence at meetings, and that is typically submission in writing, submission in email, and then leaving of a voicemail. And what would be necessary for the third is having a dedicated number for that, and instruction that it shouldn't be answered and should be allowed to go to voicemail, and then a determination as to the method for that being heard. Again, if there's more interest in speaking than there is time available, is that going to be weighted in the same way as live speakers, or is it going to be treated like the emails and written commentary that the board receives now, where all of you are provided a copy of it, but it's not, for example, read aloud at the meeting? So that would be an alternative method to allow for commentary to the board through technological means other than virtual means, but it would require determination as to if that is going to be played in the live session, or if instead it is going to be something that is made available to all of the board members to listen to whenever it is that you so choose, just as you all have the ability to read emails and letters submitted to the board as you so choose.
Okay, I know there's a question or comment from Director Aris. I think we should take that. I would otherwise just say that I believe we'll be interested in knowing if we are likely to get some kind of a proposal that might be something we could review in writing, and if so, a sense of when that could be. That's my only question, but I know we're out of time, but I want to hear the other directors.
Director Aris first.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
just to comment, Mr. Harris and I were prepared to present that at the next board meeting.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us an update on all of this, and I appreciate all the energy and effort that you guys are putting into this. Though I do have a comment regarding and a question for you to think about and consider is the procedure of accepting comments online being related to the topic. I understand the reasoning behind that, but my concern with that being the precedent is that we may lose opportunity of hearing concerns that should be heard, which is not related or already set on the agenda. Is there a way we could work that in so that make sure that we are hearing everything that we should be hearing, especially the voices that have managed to, come up? And that takes a lot of courage. And I just want to make sure that we don't miss those opportunities.
Okay, I think there's also input from Director Shuey, and then I think we're out of time, so we probably need to move forward. I don't think this is the end of our discussion at all. This was just intended to be a initial discussion, but what I'm hearing is you'll have a proposal for us to review in early March or one of the March meetings, and then we can go from there. But I'd like to hear Director Shuey.
Yes, thank you to all the staff members who put this together. It's a huge step towards further accessibility and accommodation, and you have my heartfelt and deep appreciation for it. So thank you. I wanted to echo what Director Aris said about, one of the minor points, but which has a, major impact, which is that I would personally disagree with prioritizing based on what's on the agenda. A more fully randomized commenting capability like we do, and as close as we can to what in-person public comment would be something that I would be in support of. So would like to just register that as well, as Director Aris also said the same.
I see Director Chu's hand up too.
I'll just add to that so that it's clear that there's at least 3 board directors that are not interested in trying to control what we take comments on, but more to get a broad sampling of what's out there, whether or not it's associated with our agenda.
Yeah, I see Director. I think we are all probably on the same page. Director Watson.
Yep.
So I think you're echoing, if I'm reading your body language right, you're echoing what Director Aris and what you have said. And I would say, just my own personal view too, is we often don't know what we don't know. And so it's through the many times public comment that we become aware of something that is not otherwise on our agenda. So that would be the value of it. I hear the viewpoint neutral piece, and I think that will be the challenge of how do we pick, and I think that's my sense is that's why you tied that to the agenda, but we'll just have to figure out a way to do it and make our process known. And but I think I'd prefer to have personally the randomization, even though it may not feel good, than to already at the beginning have removed people's questions.
Totally fine. We were asked to identify a lawful method to prioritize commentary and given some suggestions that could have potentially been constitutionally problematic. And so that's why we suggested an item on the agenda being a content neutral criteria. If the board does not wish to prioritize among those who want to speak, it can be completely randomized.
And one of the comments that I had at the last board meeting and I put into writing afterwards, I'm not sure if you saw those, was prioritization perhaps based on whether somebody has spoken recently on whether they are a family in the school district. I don't know if any of those are permissible, but if you didn't see that email yet, I'm happy to forward it to you.
That was actually what sparked the discussion, and there
Oh,
would be
okay, excellent.
associated with that as far as determining if if somebody had previously spoken at the school board meeting and is denied the opportunity to speak, are we engaging in viewpoint discrimination because it appears like perhaps there's disagreement with what the person said last time? So that was one of the concerns with respect to identifying a content neutral method for determining how to prioritize speakers. If there's no desire to prioritize speakers other than randomization, that's completely fine. That's a facially neutral method as well.
Okay, I think we will move this forward, and you've heard our, I think, reflexive response, and maybe we learn more afterward. I think with that, Superintendent Jarvis, you confirmed that in March you're also going to give us some update on communication.
Yes.
We don't have time to talk about it now, so why don't we, sorry to lure you forward and then cut you off, but I think we're going to move forward. So I think with that, because we also will have public comment soon, I'd like to actually go forward with our director discussion. So we have, if we can set this for 40 minutes, and depending on where we are, we can, yeah, we can move forward. But at this time, we have essentially open time for any director to speak on any topic they want, whether it's an update, whether it's something that's top of mind. I will say, I'll just start by just saying that Director Aris flagged, and I think each of you, several of our board directors have had reason to be aware of a very interesting proposal regarding high quality instruction and having a policy on that. And I understand that that was considered and thought through by our committee, SIFE, and Director Chu was engaged in that consideration in the past. This is my attempt to recap history that more recently, I think Directors Shui and Aris had occasion to learn about it, and I received an email on it. And I just wanted to express my interest in having the district explore that policy. So I just say that's my comment that I wanted to launch, and maybe others want to comment too, but I thought for no other reason than OPMA, it'd be good to just have that out, that this is something that seems very intriguing and that several of us may be supportive of. So.
Can you say more?
Well, I actually had talked to John Harrison and Art Jarvis about this, and I think Executive Director Harrison had indicated that I think when this policy was developed by, I believe it was the EAG, that some staff members had engaged in the high quality instruction policy development. I think the research was grounded in research that was done by, I think over many decades, but Paul Sutton was one of the people who led, I think the research in what high quality instruction could be in our district. And there was a general view that while we had many policies around curriculum, we had a bit of a gap around instruction. And I believe there was support from a lot of different key groups. I see Director Chu's hand is up, and I think that just opportunity was to be able to consider, could we as a district have a policy that captured what we expect in instruction, and not only have really focus on curriculum. So I want to hear from Director Chu, because I think she may have context from her work in SIFE, but also
I will. Yeah, let me share with you what was going on with that. So we have general policies on our approach to discipline and our approach to all sorts of things across the district, but we have no policy about our approach and our philosophy on instruction, which is the core of what we do. So it makes tons of sense, and I had encouraged staff to consider that, because that's not something that a board should be drafting. It's something a board can support and comment on and set constraints for and support. but it's not something that a board itself should be drafting because it's core to the expertise of what we're doing here. That said, there are parts of it that we can clearly contribute to in terms of our values. The process went in and didn't necessarily include the full curriculum team at the time. It was kind of done as a separate effort. And so our committee heard a version of it and said, you know, and I talked offline to the staff, and they said, yeah, we'll need to engage in that and work on iterating it. So it was on the list of positions of policies for SIFE to work on and to you know, bring forward potentially this year, depending on where things were at. And I think that the conclusion was from that department, I'm not going to throw people's names out there as sacrificial or whatever, but from that department, that this year, maybe with all that's going on, wouldn't be the year that we could get that out. So I'm not clear if that's changed, but we were told in SIFE when we were prioritizing that they could look at it and get some things moving on it, but that it might not be ready to come to the board this year. If that's changed, that's great. We should look at it. But I do think, like, having instruction that's rooted in the right values and the right level of, you know, especially with the work we're doing now with global citizenship and really thinking about all the perspectives we want our children to respect and understand and empathize with and reflect and be part of, and making sure that our instruction is truly accessible to each and every student and equitable and is sound, and that we have an instructional philosophy, that we don't just try things, but we actually have an instructional philosophy is a sound thing. And so I am all for continuing with that on the timeline that is feasible, because if you put together an instructional philosophy, you can't expect that a board vote then changes the way instruction occurs in our classrooms. It takes development to roll that out, and time and buy-in and participation. And so if we really would want something like that to stick, we need to work with staff to figure out, for the policy to really be effective, how do we roll it out well? So I think it's a big partnership, so we should sort that out.
Yeah, I would like to hear, if you're okay with it. I don't know if Director Harrison or Superintendent Jarvis have any comments, but I think when I'd spoken to you offline, I indicated that it would be something I was going to bring up at tonight's meeting, and that it would be worth having the district, as Director Chu said, consider, can we do this, and if so, when? And I see Director Aris, I know, had the chance to talk about this recently, and I think wanted very much to bring it up tonight.
Well, before they make a comment, I'd like to put in my 2 cents, and the reason why I brought it at this point. I think it is, as we're looking into and searching for our new superintendent, I think this will give us a good foundation of what we stand for, not just in curriculum, not just in discipline, but in the core work that we do, and for our community, our educators, our staff to come together and create this policy which dictates how they want to move forward, will help us bring that superintendent which will align with them. And that's why I felt that this is a need at this point, not just a want.
Yeah, I only had the benefit of a conversation, and that was with Paul Sutton. We didn't have the benefit of being able to talk about it as a board because I was slightly worried about OPMA, so I'm glad we were able to put it out there tonight. But I did have the impression that there was general support for it. So while I appreciate that a policy does not create a change in the classroom, there's many steps that need to be taken. I would just ask maybe the district to consider, is this something that the policy could be examined, which was proposed in terms of the EAG's proposal? Is this something that could be considered? And perhaps in the next or the board meeting after that, can you give us a sense for what time frame might be reasonable for a reply from the district on this?
I saw the email that indicated this gentleman had talked to 2 board members, the 2 members, and suggested that this should be approved. Frankly, I've never had a conversation about this. I saw that for the first time. I would say it has lots of ramifications, whether that's at the bargaining table, whether that's at the criteria that would be there. And I would certainly say it is very possible for us to begin to address that, the instructional quality instruction. I would just say it will not happen necessarily quickly. And again, the timing, I think Director Chu is probably an issue this spring in terms of our own priorities. And so I would just say we can certainly handle that and begin that process. But I had a very brief conversation with our Deputy Superintendent, Eva Collins, and she and I looked at it and said, we need time to begin the process of looking at that. And so from my standpoint, I'm just catching up with, I guess, a train that had begun at some point, but it's a very definite one that would require very, very integrated approach to what it means, whether that's at the bargaining table, whether that means it's at the teacher evaluation, whether it is instructional programming and priorities and choices. So I would just say it's there, but I'd like to begin the process.
Okay, is it reasonable for you to give us to do more looking and give us maybe some sense of a forecast in a forthcoming meeting?
Lay out a timeline for it? Is that what?
Even, I didn't know if any sense of when that might be.
Let me get back to you on
Okay.
that.
All right, I don't know other topics. Maybe we go alpha order. Director Chu.
Well, I had a motion that I wanted to raise, but I can do
Oh.
it after others talk.
Why not?
Okay.
Well,
So in concert with the rich discussion we had at the last board meeting and prior to it in preparation on special education, I have a couple of comments real quick, and then I just have a motion because that was a really rich discussion we had, but I think there were some things that weren't the start of that discussion that should have been the start of discussion. So first, I just want to say our special education staff have been working incredibly hard, all of our educators at all levels, whether they're planning at the district or in the classroom or the paras who are tying these kids' worlds together in different times. They are working. We are still at sub-level of crisis management in terms of like bringing folks back to school and managing things and dealing with all of the COVID implications. And I don't in any way think that our discussion should have diminished that. So I just want to state that very clearly. We got a report about inclusive practices, which is something that we've already been doing for at least 4 years, I think maybe even more. And the report didn't necessarily indicate how we're going to know if it's succeeding. And there wasn't a lot of data in it about our stakeholder experiences or outcomes, or how we judge progress and success for students. And it's unclear if the past 4 years have actually gained us traction because there wasn't a lot of data shared. And so there were a lot of questions that came up, and it was hard to have a conversation about them because we didn't have all that data. However, while I think that it is important that when we are going to undertake a program or work, that we be clear about where we're going with it, that we be clear about what goals we have and how we'll know if it succeeds and where we're starting. I also recognize that we're in the midst of this COVID situation and that there is limited bandwidth for how much we can change how we approach everything. So as I thought about how can we understand that material better, so because we as a board, most of us raised some questions about like certain things in that program and whether or not they were effective or how it's working. And I don't think we can at this time ask for a whole new report or, you know, and if we were to ask for one, it wouldn't be based on our metrics. It would need to be based on whatever metrics the staff is using to judge success. But what I did reflect on and think, well, the one thing about this pilot program that struck me was there wasn't a critical criteria evaluation provided, a deep one provided with it that I could read and consume and understand. And so, and I thought, well, that is a place where we do understand how stakeholders are experiencing things and what they need. And so I would like to make a motion for that and only that at this time, because I think that is something that we as a board committed to, that we as a board said that we would make sure that all of our programs, including a pilot program like this, were actually adhering to the requirement that we do a critical criteria review. So I would make a motion, and I did discuss this with the superintendent and ask if this was feasible and doable. I would make a motion that the superintendent will bring back a critical criteria review summary for the pilot special education inclusion program described in the report from our last meeting, and that he can determine the timeline this school year that is able to be made available. But that's the motion that I'd like to make. And I guess I need a second.
I second that.
Is there any discussion? I do have one question. I'm inferring, and I don't see the superintendent shaking his head no, that a critical criteria review may not have been done, or not one that could be, we'll say, submitted in paper and one could examine. So is that correct? Because that would make the motion more clear. If it's not been done, we would like it done. So is that a correct assumption? Let me put it differently. Are you comfortable with taking the action that we would be asking you to do?
We will bring you what we can. I don't know exactly what that will look like, because my concern there is that this is something that's been underway for several years. So I'm not exactly sure how we gather some of the pieces, but if that's your request, we will gather it and we will bring it to you.
Okay, and I think for context, I think what may have been the case too is our critical criteria review, the policy and its application in the, I think, really well-developed format that directors Chu and Watson eventually, were able to create, like a lightweight applicable thing. That may have evolved later than the wheels were already in motion for the program. So that might explain some of where we are. I'm seeing a message that came through from Executive Director Harrison too. So if there's no further discussion, why don't we call for a vote? So all those in favor? Oh, Director Aris?
Yeah, I do want to make a comment regarding that. I'm making an assumption here, but correct me if I'm wrong, is that when this request is being asked, the ask is not because we desire something that is going to cost additional work, which is not going to have a positive impact on use of their time, but it is the idea of hoping that with this request, it enhances the work that they're already doing, and that we're just getting a report, a little note to us like, hey, this is what we're doing, this is great stuff we're doing, and this is where we are at. And the critical criteria is just that component of that. And so I hope, as a district, we don't see it as a negative, but as a positive, and that this is just one of many things you already do in that thinking process as we readjust to make sure we're being comprehensive and inclusive and supporting each and every student as we say we're going to.
I agree. I think, though, in theory, this should always be done regardless and before we get the report. So I think that's a fair point on both sides. But in this case, we have a reason for maybe why, but I think the motion makes perfect sense. So at this time, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Director Shuey, I don't know if I heard you.
Aye.
Okay, so the motion carries 5-0. So thank you, Director Chu.
Thank you for that. I just want to say, it's important when, we gave a lot of feedback during that discussion, but that feedback isn't board feedback. That was individuals surfacing things. And I thought it was very important that we codify our feedback collectively as a board in an appropriate governance tool that was also manageable.
I think that's great. So thank you. I'm going to continue. Oh, I think I should just continue alphabetically. I started, so I skip me. I'm going to go to Director Shuey. We have about 15 minutes left, so I think, no, 22 actually. So Director Shuey, you're next. Do you have anything that you want to talk about? Anything top of mind? I think your mic might be off. I'm going to skip you and go to Director Watson. We'll come back to you.
Okay.
Sorry, I had trouble unmuting, and I'll just say that I don't have anything, but thank you for the opportunity.
Well, I have something that okay, I want to tie together sort of a few strands of our conversation tonight. Something that was raised by our student speaker, and then in the topic of instruction and curriculum. What I'm trying to do this without getting too awfully weedsy, because I'm tempted. So this will be like the superintendent can think about this. She was concerned that the Holocaust had not been mentioned in her AP World class. And I didn't quite get whether she's completed the class or she's still in the class. But that is absolutely required course content under topic 7.8 out of 9 units, mass atrocities after 1900. So the teacher would be required to go over the Holocaust, and then the teacher would have a choice of what other illustrations of mass atrocities would be. There's 4 of them, and one of them is Cambodia. And when I worked with my teacher that I was assisting, I said, how do you choose? And she said, well, I just do all the illustrative examples. So I guess my question would be, on a board level or on a superintendent level, how can the superintendent ensure that if something's in the curriculum, it's actually being taught? Wow, well, that just left everybody silent.
Oh, no, I think we're just looking to see
I
who's
was
going to
not
answer it.
assuming
Yeah.
you were going to ask for an answer on the spot. That's
No.
It's
It's just something for you to think about, because I'm really concerned that these students feel like some topics that are very important to them, which are supposed to be in the curriculum, aren't. She said it's not in the AP curriculum, and it absolutely is. So there was that. And if we want to just leave that for you to think about, I was also going to say I was enlightened a little bit this week on recovery services in the special needs realm. I think, yeah, since I last was at a board meeting, I attended the special needs PTSA, and they had a speaker from OSPI. And he said a number of things. Jane was there for a little bit, but she was overseas, so it was a little harder. But he said a number of things that I thought were very interesting. And one, he said that, our parents, many of our parents, maybe not all of them, but some are expecting that there's going to be this recovery service and that they're going to notice it. And that, I also looked at some of our prior things about our funding, and we said we were going to maybe even do some math tutoring or something. So there's this expectation. But what he said was that recovery services is really just a term that OSPI made up and doesn't have any force of law. So you can get compensatory services if that is a decision that is made by some kind of a court or a hearing or some kind of a process like that. But recovery services is really kind of a made-up term, and it's kind of the discretion of the district. And he also said that if you felt that you really needed something different to happen to your kid, his suggestion was that you'd renegotiated the IEP. Like, you had an IEP meeting, and he said the very first thing at the IEP meeting should be a discussion of recovery services. Are they needed? What are they? Whatever. But if a parent didn't feel like that was working for them, then they would ask to totally reopen the IEP. And I was just thinking, yeah, right. I mean, yes, that makes sense legally, but wow, with the bandwidth that we have for all the teachers and all the IEP meetings right now. So anyway, I just wanted to point that out as maybe finding a place where we could understand where some of the parents are coming from, but also why we have this communication it feels like a disconnect where the district people are feeling like they're doing everything they can with the bandwidth that they have, and then other people are, parents are feeling like maybe it's not happening. So I just wanted to say that I found his talk enlightening, and it pointed out where a disconnect could be.
Director Chu?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought this up, Director Watson. The special education work that's done, we have some really creative staff who are trying to do some incredible things with our kids, and we have parents who are also doing their utmost to support their students. But what we don't have is the budget to take care of it. And I just want to be crystal clear. We are $23 million shortchanged in the way the state gives us funding for special education services. And that is to do the bare minimum that we are currently able to do. That is not for the optimal program. That is because with our limited funds that we are able to raise on our own, which isn't a lot, but with the limited funds that we are able to raise, we can compensate and get up to a bare minimum and get that in there. But what we at some point need to do is have the discussion of what does an optimal special education program look like? How would we seek, because next year is probably going to be an opportunity with the state, it's a budget year, to look at the prototypical funding model for schools and how much is given for different services and so forth. And if we want to go and ask for things, we shouldn't be asking for the bare minimum. We should be asking for what it takes to run the right program for our students. So it would be good at some point to be equipped to be able to have that conversation, because we've got the talent and the concern here. We've got the dedicated parent community. We've got kids who want to learn. We need the funds to support them. And to that end, I will add one other piece, and that is right now, there's some bills going through the House and the Senate that are trying to stabilize funding for schools. We've had enrollment declines, I mean, all over the state. It's not just restricted to these East Side districts. It's not restricted to wealthy or not wealthy districts. It's all over the place. And the lowering of enrollment has been a cliff that takes us down in funding by millions of dollars at once. And right now we are just trying to make sure that our kids can re-engage. But at the same time, we're also trying to do all the contact tracing management and all the other things. We are doing everything we can, but the last thing we need is destabilized funding. We need the enrollment to be stabilized. We need the levy to be stabilized, and we need more funds than $1,000 a kid to take care of what COVID cost us, because we haven't even come close to recovering what COVID cost us. So there's talk about how do you talk to your legislator, and feel free to do that. That's great. We've got a bunch of supportive legislators around here about it. But I think what I was told by one of them is educate the community. Make sure that everyone knows what's going on, because that's the pressure that comes back. And also that's like people understanding why this is important, that it's not some boondoggle for districts. So for Carolyn's point, to draw it back where she started and not take it somewhere else, our special education services, we can only do what we have the funds to do, no matter how hard we try. So thank you for bringing that concern up.
Yeah, I see your hand is up, Carolyn. I would like to just say something in response to what Director Chu brought up. First, I think it underscores you started by 23 million is how we use our levy. We make that up with our levy. So to anybody who's wondering, is the levy, should I bother looking at the ballot that's in my mailbox, and should I actually study this issue? We'd encourage you to look at your ballot and to know that without our levy, we would not even have be able to bridge that $23 million gap, which Deputy Superintendent DeVita explained last time. Second, I just want to acknowledge that Director Chu is our legislative rep, and so she does a great deal of advocacy for us with our legislators, as well as other school board directors, and it's very impactful work. And third, I do take kind of a way that we should add as we consider our agenda, maybe including our development plan as directors. We have one through June, but we can take one to think about where and how we can go deeper on this, and to your point, take an action so that we can impact the forthcoming legislative session. I think that's what I'm hearing through your comment. So I think there's a comment from Director Watson and one from Director Aris, so we'll just take it in that order. I do want to then take
just a quick add-on for more clarification. The OSPI speaker also told the group that he used the word triage, that the IEPs have to be triaged with the most important urgent IEPs first, which is not something we want to hear the word triage when it comes to our kids. The timing of the IEP meetings would be triaged, and the districts are not expected to have immediate IEP meetings for everyone. And although he did say when you do have it, recovery should be on the agenda, and recovery should not lead to a more restrictive placement. But yeah, it's a sad situation. So I thought I'd just weigh in with the word triage.
But when you say sad, just to be clear for the community, what we're saying is at the top level of our state, there's inadequate funding for special education. What I heard you say and Director Chu say, and I know Director Eris, I believe, would say the same thing, is our district is doing everything we can with the budget we have. Our challenge is that our state and our country does not adequately fund the mandate that we know we have under the law and the commitment we have morally as well. That is our issue. So I just want to make sure everybody's clear on that.
Yeah, I just want to add a few cents on that. And when we talk about, how our community wants recovery from the past year, and the opportunity lost, but the reality is that this year, with the current circumstance, it's not an easy thing. One of the stories that was shared with me by staff, which really hit home, which is that when you have students who do not, at the elementary level, who do not have advocacy skills, and they're asked to wear a mask all day, who rely on their visual skills and auditory skills, and they don't hear, they don't see, and they have to ask and ask and ask, but they don't have the self-awareness to ask, there's a lot of learning opportunity lost. And what it would normally take 15 minutes to learn or teach is now taking a lot longer. And so though what we could normally cover in a year, in a typical year, in a typical time with, I guess a typical class size, we are asking a lot more of the teachers, a lot more of the students. So we ask our students to learn coping skills while they can't hear or see. And so we are asking a ton. And part of the way we can really help with that is through the funding. We need that funding. And I ask our community to step up and ask the state to fund so that we can have a reasonable classroom size, that we don't have to lay off any more teachers or staff or any of that stuff, so that we can actually support our students and staff, and so that we have staff that comes back next year. I don't know how well our community understands that, but funding is the bottom line. We have to have that to make it work.
Thank you. I think we're all in violent agreement there. I want to use maybe our last few minutes on something that, for the benefit of those who heard our board development session, we spent some time with the WASDA State Executive Director, Tim Garchow, on our superintendent search, and we got some good input on what we will be looking towards as we start our planning, our RFP, our opportunity to find a search firm, and thereafter select to explore what search firms are out there through our RFP process, to select one, to then follow with community engagement, and ultimately a year from now, hopefully have a superintendent, if not sooner, to announce. So that was something we talked about 2 or 3 hours ago. One of the things Director Garchow said, which I think stuck with me, is just the importance of always remembering that we celebrate what is good. And I just want to maybe kick off 30 seconds each. Something I will celebrate is that last Friday, I happened to need to go to the ESC, which is it's basically the executive buildings of our school district. And I arrived after 5 p.m. and there were still district staff there who were the door is supposed to lock at 4:30, and I had to get let in because it's automatically locks, but there were still people there letting me in, and I was surprised by how many people, and I shouldn't be surprised, are still there late night on a Friday. So I think it's just a testament to all levels of our district. People are really working extensively and overtime to serve our students. So I just want to thank them. Any other director want to jump in? Director Chu?
I would say that one of the things I'd like to celebrate that I've seen rising and rising over the last few years is student voice in our district. I am so grateful for the students who make the time to have their voice heard, whether it's to come up here and be brave enough to say, you don't even, the curriculum isn't meeting my needs, and the celebrations in the school aren't meeting my needs, and I want to tell you about it. That's brave. When they tell us our policies aren't meeting their needs, that's brave. And when they speak up and they push back on things, I think we have had the work that Shamari Jones has done, really promoting our Boom and Shout experiences, has created a whole set of active citizens in our schools. Those voices have risen up for multiple issues. I see it happening in our ASB. I see it happening in our board meetings. And 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, I didn't see it at the same rate. And I don't just hear the voice, I see them pressing until we listen and we change things. And so I just want to celebrate that.
You know, I echo that. I agree. I think the Boom Shout programs are fantastic. I had the pleasure of having my daughter participate in, and she looks forward to it because it is a space where she feels celebrated, and she's evolved. And so I think that's a fantastic program as a community that we have to uphold. I also want to celebrate our parents who have continued to engage in a positive discussions and really keeping and pressing for to evolve in a positive way. I have seen our community continuously show up here and bringing positive information and helping us and enlightening us, and I can't thank them enough for doing that, because I know it is a lot of time, especially with their kids.
Director Shui Watson? I don't mean you both join at the same time.
I would love to say something. I'd like to celebrate, as an example, we heard earlier of the district's movement and enormous progress on having public comment be something that can be provided virtually or online. And I think that that's an example of our district and staff at our district and our whole community continuing to push for better access and better participation. And it's hard when we have so many things on our plate, when there are so many pressures, and when the status quo is a really, really powerful force. But I celebrate and really thank the community for continuing to press for what our needs are, and the staff for being responsive to that. Thank you.
Director Watson?
Yeah, I keep thinking about what do I say when I go outside the district? Because when I'm inside the district, I'm like, oh, and this, and we need to fix this and this. But when I'm outside, I'm so proud of us. And just a couple of things come to mind right now. One is we're continuing to do the vaccine booster clinics and things. The other is we just heard that we're rebuilding a big picture school, which was like so innovative when it first started, and that has been such a success. And then that we have assigned some of the same team to go look at a virtual academy that will be tailored to Bellevue. I mean, these are all just amazing things that we're doing.
So I agree, and I think we'll try to spend time in each board meeting if we can in doing this. I will just ask, maybe we don't use every last second, but I will just say for tonight, can I ask board directors to take a look and maybe think about, maybe we talk about it next time, on your board development plan for our own, what I called outside-in perspectives and equity. I had 3 potential speakers that I thought of us potentially inviting, and I included Caprice Hollins, who's local. She works with Cultures Connecting, an author, Beverly Daniel Tatum, but also, especially because you talked about special needs, and I think this is an important piece of equity. There's a speaker and an advocate named Haben Girma, who I think she's the first, graduate of Harvard Law School who's both without sight and without hearing, and really remarkable person who's become an advocate for true accessibility. So it'd be something to think about, and I love your input. Either, now, but I think it's a limited time to be able to really discuss. But what do you think of those proposals? Do you have any others? Would you like to approach it in a different way? It would be great to get input so that we have time to actually build that into our development. So I've sought it by email, but I know sometimes emails get lost. So I'd love your input.
So 2 seconds of input on that. I had mentioned I'd rather have a discussion than send it, since so we could all kind of discuss. So I appreciate you bringing it up. The training, I always am grateful when we do something with equity that has two parts. One part helps us think differently and see the world differently so we understand more deeply. And the other part is when we actually go and do some work. So we work on the next steps for the critical criteria or the policy, or we take a policy through critical criteria review, or we do something that is important to the work that the board is focused on with an enhanced lens that we learn from. And one suggestion I have in addition to all of that might be this year that we take some student speakers to come and talk about experiences in different things that may be about their racial experiences, it may be about their ethnic experiences, but also maybe about our special education experiences in the district. I'm not sure that we've done as well helping promote the voices of our special education, our students receiving special education as advocates for themselves as we have with some of the other groups. So if there's a way that we could bring more voices, might be a great workshop for us.
Those are great suggestions. Thank you. So we have, I think we're basically at time. So I'm going to, at this point, ask our board, would you be amenable to me modifying our agenda through a motion to change the order of number 5 and 6 so that we could go to board, we could go to public comment before we go to board business. I see no negatives. So with unanimous consent, I will consider that passed. And I can't tell, is Director Ayers, is your hand raised? And am I missing that? Sorry.
I did. I was just, I brought up the whole dyslexia last time, and regarding our work in that space, and also curriculum to go with that. I'm just curious to know if we could bring that to a space of that we could discuss more in-depthly, making sure that we are living up to the law in the best, not just live up to the law, but live up to supporting all of our students. I think it's a space that all of the directors should, and the community should do a little bit more education in. And I know that language arts is their reading skills in elementary level had been a pendulum act, over the years, and there's a lot of philosophy and strong feelings about that. But I think it is a discussion we need to have.
Okay, I think I will just say, if anybody would be willing to write a sentence or two of what your actual proposal is, how would you structure the time? What amount of time? What would your actual, that would be really helpful. I would also just ask, would you be willing to at least look up the 3 people that I have proposed, and then let me know what you think about them. If you think they're not worthy of your time, understand. But I would at least just ask that you take a look at who they are, because I think I've heard all 3 of them speak. I think if you were to explore it, they might fit into a paradigm that would align also with something else.
Would you mind sending email with their names spelled out?
So they're actually written in our board development plan, and you'll see them under March, which was it's something we can always move out, but their names are all in there. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and suggest we now move to item 6, which is public comment. And if we could have the names up on the screen, please. So in the interest of time, we will not read to you the entire public comment guidelines. We do ask you to please be mindful that we are adhering to our own standards of civility, as well as our values as the district of wanting to be able to balance open and free discussion with civility. And so for that reason, We will generally err on the side of enabling you to speak, but we will stop you if anything is obscene or would otherwise violate law. So with that in mind, please note we have 10 minutes. And so we generally allot 2 minutes to each speaker. And we will try to let you know, I will try to let you know if you're going over the 2 minutes, and we'll have to stop you just so that you know if you speak longer, you are taking away someone else's time. So that is our challenge. Okay, thank you. With that, let's invite our first, I believe they're speaking together, Ashley Heinz and Amira Haag. Are you with someone else too, or is it just you?
She unfortunately couldn't make
Okay,
it.
no worries.
First. So, hello, my name is Amira Huck, and I'm a student at Bellevue High School, representing a group participating in the National Black Lives Matter at School Week of Action. We are in alignment with the Black Lives Matter at School organization and their demands. We are advocating for the following. First, the removal of SROs in our schools. We acknowledge that the conversation is at a pause, and we give our support to the permanent removal of BPD school resource officers. We support the full implementation of restorative justice practices as advised by the Equity Advisory Group. And as students, we've seen Black staff enter our school and leave shortly thereafter, so we encourage the further employment and support of Black teachers and staff. We also support the new decolonized U.S. history curriculum and request that other curricula go through a decolonization process as well. A fellow student of mine, Ashley, who unfortunately couldn't make it today, has taken this history course, and she felt that as a senior student at Bellevue High School, she believed it was one of the most beneficial and educational classes she'd taken during her 4 years at Bellevue. It broadened her perspective on the history of our country, and she believes every student should have the opportunity to take this course. With that, we are aware that the board has acknowledged these issues, but we find it necessary to have a commitment to the progress regarding them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Joel Ingraham.
Hi, thank you. Tonight, I want to talk about some solutions that highlight some of the topics that the board has been talking about. High quality instruction, inclusion in the classroom, and a way to stretch the special ed budget by addressing 90% of literacy issues in the classroom. I would like to thank our amazing teachers, staff, leaders. We trust our students to you every day. We know you are committed to improving student outcomes. I'm advocating for the science of reading in all classrooms. I'm advocating for all students and not just those with dyslexia. The science of reading is an OSPI instructional best practice for Tier 1 and all students. States around the country are passing science of reading laws that are improving student outcomes. Next door to Bellevue, Mercer Island is a minimum of 2 or 3 years ahead of Bellevue. They have fully adopted the science of reading for Tier 1 instruction in their already high-performing schools. In 2019, Mercer Island started the 2 years letters training program. Today, all their K2 general education teachers, including special ed and lab teachers, are letters trained. Letters requires a commitment. Bellevue knows the value of having excellent teachers as demonstrated by the high number of national board certified teachers in the district. It took a district-wide commitment to national board certification, and today we need a district-wide commitment to the science of reading and letters training. We support the work that Bellevue has started, but we also have an appreciation for just how much work is left to be done. Our teachers will never deliver on the new K2 literacy science of reading law mandate without the full support of the district to the science of reading, which includes everyone in this room. We support the amazing teachers and leaders that we have here in Bellevue, and we also support the need for change. The two are not mutually exclusive. The future is bright, but time is of the essence. How will Bellevue rise to the occasion and deliver on improving literacy? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mark Schweisinger, followed by Ava Schweisinger, Christy Schweisinger. Thank you. I think I said that entire Schweisinger.
It's okay. It's a long life of people not being able to pronounce my name. Hi, yes, I'm Mark Schlesinger, and I am here to advocate for the science of reading and structured literacy. My daughter was diagnosed with dyslexia, and through that process, I got to be exposed to a structured literacy program. The one that she went through was Wired for Reading. Going through that process, it became abundantly clear to me that there was nothing about that program that was unique or special to her. Working in the software industry, we are encouraged to look at universal design. We are told to think about all people when we work on our products, because when you design things for all people, you raise the boat for everyone. The sidewalks on our streets have ramps. Those were done first for people in wheelchair, but they help people in all sorts of different circumstances. The products from OXO in the kitchen were designed for people with arthritis, but it turns out that that actually makes those products easier to grasp and use for all people. When they design signs and they make them high contrast, that was at first done to address people who had issues with vision, but it helps everybody. Structured literacy is no different. There is nothing about it that is special or unique. By supporting a program like that, you can address not just the dyslexic kids, but have something that works for everyone. And when I see the goals of having 80% of students addressed in the classroom, that just feels like an extremely low bar and unnecessarily low, when we can simply change to a program that's backed by science and can benefit 20% of the population without any harm to the remainder. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
He showed how to do this last year.
Can you get to, oh, no.
Hi, my name is Ava. I am in 4th grade. 1 in 5 kids have dyslexia or dyscalculia like me. For 2 years, I've been doing Wide for Reading after school. It has been hard but also fun learning how to read. Programs like Wide for Reading can help kids with dyslexia and all other kids as well. I hope you can train the teachers soon to help kids like me.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christy Schlesinger, and I have 2 students in the district. We continue to partner with district staff to expedite the multiple year process to get all our teachers trained in the science of reading. We need all hands on deck, including the board, to make literacy a priority by dedicating funds towards teacher training, extra duty pay, and resources for our amazing educators to succeed in the classroom. For the dyslexia intervention law, school districts must provide evidence-based multisensory structured literacy by an educator trained in the science of reading. The law also states this literacy work must begin with students in the general education classroom as Tier 1 support. Our goal and research supports that 90% of students with dyslexia can learn to read in their general education classroom if the curriculum and small group work follows the science of reading. This also helps lighten the load for Tier 2 and 3 support. We feel that this is a Tier 1 education mandate and not Tier 2 and 3 support. One of the gold standards of training educators in the science of reading is letters. Many districts, including Mercer Island, Issaquah, Everett, and a few others, are years ahead of us in rolling out this training to all educators. This professional learning program provides educators and administrators with deep knowledge and the skills needed to master the fundamentals of reading instruction, including phonological awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, comprehension, writing, and language. Letters was developed by renowned literacy experts Dr. Louisa Motes, Dr. Carol Tolman, and Dr. Lucy Hart Paulson. Research shows that only 35% of students are reading proficiently, but 95% of students can learn to read. And while teachers are the most essential factor in student success, only about half of teaching institutions effectively prepare teachers for literacy instruction. With letters, teachers gain essential skills to master the fundamentals of literacy instruction required to apply and transform student learning. Also, letters for administrators facilitates district and school administrators and their leadership teams intended to implement a successful literacy initiative with the science of reading, knowledge of systems, and implementation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Final speaker is Ava Carroll.
Hello, my name is Ava Carroll and I'm a junior at Bellevue High. I've lost count of how many board meetings I've been to now, but I'm here once more asking you to put students first. Last meeting, we heard the superintendent update on sexual assault policies and plans to reform your procedures. There were in total 4 students at that meeting. So many students care about these issues and want to hear more, but cannot make it to these meetings. We asked that the superintendent update be emailed out to the community, but have not received that yet, even having checked 10 minutes before this meeting. I'm here once again to say that even this is not enough. We request that you put together a comprehensive summary of your plans to reform sexual assault, complete with a timeline, specific changes to procedure, and on what consistent schedule will these policies be reviewed for improvements. We request that you send this summary to parents, teachers, and students. We also demand that teachers are given a concise recap of these proposals and then are strongly encouraged to present them to their students in classes, as this is the most direct and efficient way to get information out to students who desperately want to see change. We also ask that teachers lead a brief discussion in their classes as to what students would like to see reflected in these new policies. This is yet another avenue to receive student input in legislation and administration, who aren't just the few 4 or 5 that are coming to these meetings. Failing to implement these requests will imply to us, under claims of taking away class time or being a distraction, will imply to us that these desperately needed changes are no longer important if we aren't actively walking out of classes. We hope that you continue to listen to your students and your community to create a culture of safety and solidarity.
Thank you. This concludes our public comment period. I thank all the speakers who took the time to come today, and we do look forward to more public comment in the future. I'd like to turn now to our board business and see if we could ask board directors to please take a look at the agenda proposed for March and just find out if there's any comments. We don't need to have a motion at this time. I just want to have any input. If anybody has any input now, or it's not 15 minutes, this is actually should be a 5 or 3 minute item because we will be soon turning to our study session. For those who aren't aware, we're going to have a study session tonight on virtual learning and essentially our planning for the future. Actually, I think I'm looking at something incorrect. So do we have 3241 up for second reading? I'm asking because, yeah, I don't, what's, for tonight's meeting, I see March 3rd draft agenda, but what's projected on screen is, I think that's from the last session, the last meeting. So yeah, okay, so that was confusing me, but we have a draft agenda for March 3rd. If anybody has any comments or concerns, please raise them, but we have, for our next meeting in March, we will have a workshop on grading that will align, I think, really well to both what will be presented as well as an opportunity to talk about grading more broadly. Yes, Director Chu.
Yeah, glad to see some of this work coming in. Excited to hear what's, I assume, will the grading workshop include a presentation on what we have gathered from our community as part of that work and everything?
Exactly. It was originally going to be in February, but we decided to push it out so that we could get the feedback from surveys from both students and I think parents. So both of those survey results will be back. And I think Director Harrison can confirm that, but I think that was the idea of the switching of the timing, was to enable that.
Great. And the second request I have is, I'm not sure this particular agenda has the space for it, but I noticed that we talk about policies here and there, and we seem to be just, oh, let's do that one, or let's do that one. We had board committees that had done some thought about what policies should be attended to this year that was given input from staff to, I mean, like, policies can drive things, but policies also need to be there to support the work. So those policies that are going to support the needs of our students and also the needs of staff in rolling out the annual plan that they have, the strategic plan long-term. I wonder if there's a time when we could have a discussion about what policies we'd like to prioritize for the rest of the school year, where the superintendent is thinking that they have the bandwidth to put time and support for that, and how we want to prioritize those, because there's been many that have come up.
Got it. I think in our session on January 6th, there was a suggestion from, I believe you, Director Chu, that we look at the committee work from the end of last year, what was on the kind of the plan for this year from each committee, and that we consider extracting from that what we still agreed should go forward on policy.
Yeah,
I did
email through the filter of what
yeah.
are our current priorities
Yeah.
and where are we at.
So if I may, I emailed each of you a summary of that. I think what we could do for the March meeting is we can come having looked at those. So they're all in your inboxes, the sort of summaries from each committee's work plan, which I'd gotten from Director Harrison. We could come with proposals that we might have for discussion, but I would also ask the superintendent to consider, what policies are top of mind for the district, and then we can also additionally bring forward what we have. I think we've certainly put on the radar high quality instruction proposal, and then we can consider that more broadly. So I think that's a great call out. And I think that maybe what we do as we build our agenda is we put a little more time for the superintendent update. And hopefully we can build in some time without cutting away from our grading workshop. Maybe we could build it into our director discussion.
And there's one other item that has fallen through the cracks on the committee work that I don't see on any of our agendas, and that is, I don't remember if we actually suspended the committees or not suspended the committees, but we're clearly not executing with them right now. But we had made a commitment. We had made a commitment to doing listening sessions with our community, and our next set was supposed to take place in the January-February timeframe. We've put that on hold, which is fine. I think it would be great if we could integrate that into our superintendent search work and some of the other work we're doing. But we kind of owe our community that, so we should figure out how we want to organize and manage.
Yeah, in our January 20th development session, you'd made a suggestion that we have one or maybe two directors be part of a community engagement lead. And so we didn't get to it today because we ran out of time, as we seem to, but it would be great to know who is interested in doing that, and then we can decide what two people might take lead on bringing ideas forward. I think it's, no matter what, going to be part of our engagement that we want and need to do for our superintendent search, but I don't think we need to wait for a firm to be selected to do that. I think we want to be doing that in a continuous cycle. I would say that I think we have an opportunity to do community engagement better, because I think one of the challenges in the past has been that we do it and it's not really clear when we engage our community what the ask is going to be of them and what we deliver back. So I think my big challenge or opportunity for improvement on community engagement is not to engage people and then have nothing to show for it later. Like, what do we do with the feedback that we get from them, and how will we use it? I think that feels like something that we could improve going forward, and that might be an opportunity to think about. So I think,
I'd like to.
Oh, Director Shuey, sorry, you sent a message through IM and I missed it. Go ahead.
No worries. Yeah, as I think in these sessions we can't raise our hands technologically, and so I have to rely on the comments. I wanted to make a comment about the surveys and about the way that we engage families, and specifically that in one of the recent communications that I received, the English and the Spanish versions did not match. The English version said that your participation is highly encouraged, And in the Spanish version, it said that your participation is required. And I think that we need to be really vigilant to make sure that all of our community members are getting the same messaging, and that we're not visiting extra burden, but we're encouraging the way that we are in English versus making it appear to be a requirement. I've seen people concerned that a requirement that's not fulfilled could result in consequences to their children or to their graduation. And I want to make sure that we are really vigilant to make sure that our survey results are accurate and that we are asking the same thing of all of our community members.
Okay, thank you. I think with that, we really need to move forward and adjourn our meeting so that, well, actually, we don't adjourn until 8:30, but recess our meeting to allow us to start our study session and workshop. Our topic tonight is going to be education in a world of change. And essentially, we're going to be looking at what we can do after COVID and beyond to be adaptable. And we're going to be focusing on virtual learning in particular. And I think that's a topic that all of us have been interested in thinking about, not just as a standalone, but as the opportunity to weave it into everything we do going forward. So with that, let's recess to our other room. And we have a lot of staff who've put a lot of time into developing that. So thank you. We'll be back here with a plan at adjourning at 8:25 p.m.